Hello. It's time for another stream. It has been a long time. So I've been very busy because I just had a main release for the company that I was working with, and for that time being, I just made the deal with myself. I said, oh, okay, let's just focus on that release for now, because I don't want to have anything go wrong and then have effect with my own mind. I say to myself, hey, you could have done fought harder for this. If anything goes wrong, I want to really know that I gave it all and that it wasn't my fault. So that's why I stopped streaming for a while, just a couple of weeks before the release, because I knew that there were some things that are messed up and that I really have to concentrate on making the release work now. But it has been some time, and now I'm back to finally work on my game again. It doesn't mean that I haven't worked on the game so far. I actually did work on the game, but I did so offline. There was two reasons for that. First, I told you, because of the game release, and I was getting a little bit burned out over the time, and that's something, I don't know, maybe if I was tougher, I wouldn't get burned down so fast. But I just had that time where I was working out every day, still do. Then I have my normal work where I have to show up every day in work, and then additional to stream. That's just a lot of stuff that's going on, and then I have my cute little cats here. Yeah, and I will always want to be responsible for them, and let's also be honest to myself. There's also some time that I just take off and just try to relax or do some dumb stuff, and people who say they work 13 to 14 hours, I often see them, and they half of the time they look at memes or don't even focus on their work, and they work horrible. And yeah, that's at least that's not that the case for me. When I've really managed to focus on my work, when I work, I only work, and that's really something that's really a given for me, because that's the big thing where I know, okay, my future is safe. I know that I will be good for society, and I don't have to worry about that, at least, because when I work, I really work hard and stay true to myself. So that means I should also get going, and I need a little bit of time for my setup. So let's just jump to the first monitor here. Oh. Okay. So I have to get into the schedule of stream again. Because just open my stream, because I just forgot. Okay, well, there are so many steps when you're streaming, or when I'm streaming, I have to fulfill. And it's a little bit annoying, because I can't just open OBS and start streaming. I also open Twitch, because I need these Twitch tools. If somebody is doing something in the chat he's not supposed to do, to have the admin rights to kick him out or delete some messages. Normally it's just bots, and that's a little bit annoying, but yeah, it has to be done. Okay, so on the Git branch for the actual game, you see there's a lot of wet stuff. That's because I made the update from Unity version 22.21, coming from 22 to 12. So this is why there's a lot of wet stuff. Yeah, the entire terminal is basically wet. Could be worse though. And that means I just haven't added this to GitLab. So let's just do that. Add and give it a commitment message. And let's say after update commit. And push that to Git. I think long term I will switch to the dashboard. Let me go down with the volume a little bit on my headset. Okay, so that is done. Now let's take a look at the actual tasks that are ahead. So for that, you can actually see that I've not that many steps left to complete the game. So these are the steps that are necessary just to complete the game, and this is just the advertisement stuff. This is actually more important than this stuff if it just comes to sales. This is the stuff that's more important if it comes to increasing your own skill and working hard here. And this is also the tasks that are more important for me as a developer than this. This is this stuff: advertisement, trailering. Okay, Steam cards, not this implementation, but trailer, website, looking for publisher options. This is usually the stuff that if you work in a team that you want as a coder to give somebody else, because this is something that is completely off topic for you if you're talking about coding or something. If you're talking about coding or thinking about coding, how to structure code, how to make a good game, there's not a lot of stuff that has to do with this. This is why I say, hey, we can keep our heads here. If we just keep our heads here and making a good game, coding and stuff, and game design, there's later also some tasks where I have to draw. We can actually focus on making the game and become really good at it. But this all advertisement, administrative, selling stuff, this is something that is not something that you have to necessarily learn if you want to work alone. And I will go through all of them, but they're completely different from the skill sets that you need to have from these ones. And I have to admit that I have to get good at these and not at these. And that's why I said, okay, normally you start making trailers here at the beginning. Yeah, I'm very, very, very close to a release, but now you would start making a trailer. But it's not for me, I'm the release is still ahead, and once I through the code, I want to really say, okay, the game is finished, and I will now want to make trailers and take it slow. And if it takes a year, it takes a year. I don't have the pressure. I'm not working alone, and there's nothing about that that I should now rush the game. The only thing why I want to rush is to get this finished, because I want to have a life anymore again. So Here's the game, and now maybe let's take a look at these steps. We want to have the new combat system, and I made some tweaks, and now I think that the base game is really fun. Unfortunately though, let me tweak down the music a little bit. Yeah, it was a little bit too loud for me. I don't know how it sounds on the stream, I will check later. But I think the combat system in the game right now is really fine, because the main thing that I changed is when I press play here. So before you had a lot of skills, and there was one skill that would let you dash in the air, yeah? And you had to specifically pick that skill. And there's also here when it comes off cooldown, then you can dash again. And also, this test setup I have the skill where I can dash twice. And I just think that the movement suits the game much better, yeah? Maybe it's a little fast compared to the walking speed. And then there's a second skill that you can pick, where you dash on the ground. And when you dash on the ground, you don't take damage when you have this skill. It's going to see that blue thing that pops up when I touch the arrow. Right, that was. That's because while you're dashing on the ground, you're invulnerable. And the only thing that doesn't work right now is the cooldown. It's supposed to have the cooldown. Right now I can do this as much as I want, and since I'm invulnerable, as long as I dash, this doesn't really work out. So yeah, I will really have to make a bug fix there. So the bug fix is when I dash on the ground, the cooldown is not working correctly. So here's the code for that. And we know here there's an air dash coroutine and there's a ground dash coroutine. But here the ground dash coroutine is not checked if it is currently in use. So I have to check that this coroutine is currently null. So I think that's actually it. So also checking for the wrong coroutine here at the top. So you either are grounded and have this skill, or you're in the air and the air dash is not on cooldown. So the code is not correct here, to make some little tweaks right there. This also belongs into the bracket. I think there should be a bracket here. It's not needed because of the logic. Oh, it actually is needed. So the air dash coroutine is either null, or we still haven't dashed twice if we have this specific skill choice. So, and then just have to be careful with the brackets here, so that the logic actually applies in that long if statement. So what is this if statement looking for? So have we byte dashed? So as long as we dashed in the air, we don't want to be able to spam the ability just twice and waste it. So if we are in the air and dashed, we don't want to be able to cast it again. So if we spam right click It won't do anything. Now, next thing is the default condition is this one. If you are not grounded and either we have the air-dash coroutine as null, so we haven't activated the ability yet, or we have done so, but there's a dash counter. We have an ability that lets us dash twice. Then we go into this if clause. And the second one is if we are on the ground and the ground dash coroutine is null. So then we go through here. I'm a little bit skeptical that this is a good way to do this. Let's look into the implementation. We have to go into this method and check if this checks if if itself is null. It does not. So in this case, we really have to be specific here. Just copy this. Just copy this condition. Paste it in and specifically say if this coroutine is currently active, we want to stop it. Okay, so let's check it out. Compiling and see if now we have a cooldown on the ground and the ability in the air is still working just fine. Okay, that now has a cooldown. And it's also working in the air just fine. Okay, now let's try that again, but let's disable the skill and see if we now can only dash in the air once, and there shouldn't be happening anything in on the ground. Okay, nothing's happening. Okay, works just fine. Okay, that's good. So, okay, let's go to our first task for now. First blood magic upgrade is choice between close explosion and range explosion, and that is actually a pretty big task. Yeah. Okay, it's going to take a little bit long. I see, but I want to have a new skill choice. So the current first skill choice that you have in this game is that's a good question. I think it's skill 2. Blood magic attack 2. Yeah, explosive or volley. Yeah, and this is this. Let's make this. Let's make it this explosive. That's going to stay just as it is. I think the backlash from it is a little bit too strong, but in other regards it's okay. With the volley, I'm not very happy, and this is why I'm going to change it. I think the volley is fine, but the the choice between those two attacks is not very good. You have this very strong blood magic, which is explosive. Also, I should learn how to spell explosive. And then I have this volley. And the volley is a range attack. You have a bite attack, and then after that you make a long range attack. And that kind of does not work out that well. If I replace this with a ranged long blood magic, that would also defeat the purpose of having a bite attack that enhances your ability. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So maybe ranged blood magic, it sounds cool. I imagined something that would go in a line. Let's start to get professional here. And use MS Paint, the 2D developer tool. One and only. Okay, so let's say this is the character. Come on. Say this is the character. And now I want to... It's blood magic. So I thought that the ranged version would be something. You bite something. Now there's an enemy. Also to want that enemy real quick. So this is the enemy. You just have to bite him, so you're in melee range. And the first option that you have now is a big explosion, and this is going to toss you backwards and into this direction. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. And now the second choice, the second choice. Yeah. I just wanted to have maybe like a what is it called? Rocket thrower? Come on, what is it called? A bazooka. Rocket launcher. Yeah, like a rocket launcher. Something that flies, explodes, and deals damage to yourself. But I can't do that because you have to bite them in your melee range. So range, anything range doesn't make sense here. So I have to come up with a new attack right now. So what else could I do? It would be nice because it's a one-time thing only, that if it would push you back, yeah. So you could actually make a rocket thrower that kind of pushes you back and shoots a rocket onto him. And maybe let's not do another explosion attack, because I think it's kind of, if it's a ranged explosion, a second one, it should be self-damaging, and it would be kind of annoying because you're often going to end up, then there's a wall behind you and then you damage yourself. That's actually not a good idea. So the second thing is to have something like in Doom, there's just a strong beam that's like and pushes you back. That would be cool. Like, let's see. In Doom 2016, what was that cannon called? Oh damn. This Gauss cannon. Yes. So this is the Gauss cannon. That was quite cool. And you see, it just shoots out a beam, makes a lot of damage, a ton of damage, and pushes you back a little bit. Yeah, now you see, it's not that much because he's also not in the air. And then there's a siege mode later on. This is can load this up. I think both modes load it up. The precision bolt, it sucks. You never nobody plays with this precision bolt. And then there's the siege mode, which is the cooler version of it. And when you fire the thing, it's going to do way more damage. Also hear it from the sound. And that thing was OP as hell. So yeah, that's the only thing that we can't pretty much do. It's not make that too OP. So I think this is the first good option that I see here. So have a beam come out that pushes you back. Let's give it a little bit more pushback than in Doom. It's just like from here to here. So maybe make it that you land over here. And the beam should be as stronger if you charge it. Yeah? And then you have quite a cool attack, I think. And this is going to take some time. Now the second decision here is, should this beam come through him or should it stop on the first enemy? And I think it should not. It should not get through him. I think it's a strong attack, but if it goes through him, it would pretty much be way stronger than the first attack. That is something that I can't really know. So what other ideas could there be? Maybe just look for inspirations. Too deep. Maybe attack ideas. How to fail. That looks like the right video. Okay, let's just take a look.
Platformers and Nintendo consoles go hand in hand. After single-handedly bringing back the gaming scene from a crash with the most famous party with fantastic titles that hack
Okay, come on, just give me some text.
And subscribe for weekly insights into your favorite concepts, more than a fair share of Office Nails level design, slick soundtrack, and of course, the shared ninja theming, it's easy to draw the comparisons. And while this game does plenty with its main switch-up mechanic to split off, my personal favorite of the bunch has to be attributed to its cloud step movement. While at first coming across like just another double jump, this move features some particularly neat caveats to deviate from this dismissive label. First off, having to swipe with your attack to stash the jump in the chamber delivers some great blends in the game design. Whereas some double jumps could provide a new optimal strategy of leaping over foes in the interest of time, the combat side of this ability keeps a grounded limitation that feels natural in its focus, not constricting. And getting the chance through later upgrades in tech to chain these magnificent mid-air combos from everything under the sun, including greater climb up and down the sides of the platform.
That's not what we're looking for.
In the past few years, a lot of to be collected in the game, and that includes walking and jumping. And how's that gonna work? Well, I'll tell you how. As soon as I figure it out. But we're gonna have lore, we're gonna have a story, we're gonna have whatever this thing is. I've also been doing a lot of research into what makes a good platformer, so I'll share what I've learned along the way. Let's start. Wait, next program? Isn't he already working on a game called Keeper? Why, yes I am, and I'm still working on it, and I thought a side project would be really good learning experience. Everything I learned from making Microvania will help me finish Keeper faster and better, so don't even worry. Now let's back up a bit. Well, let's back up a lot, all the way to the beginning. To start, I found some free sprites to take inspiration from, and I was ready to go. This is our hero, a little wizard dude on his velocity is negative. It is so blue. Luckily, I have exactly what we need. I just so happened to make this pixel art landscape a few months ago, so we can go ahead and throw that in there for now. It actually fits surprisingly well. This was originally going to be a forest area, so maybe I'll redraw the background later. Maybe not, who knows. But let's keep working on the visual stuff. We need some juice, and we can get that through animation. Through careful scale manipulation, we can make a little squash and stretch for this little dude. That's more like it. It adds a little more life when he jumps, and it makes it seem more impactful. Beautiful. Let's add in an annoying jump sound that I'll probably have to replace later. Right now, the game makes sure you're grounded before you can jump, to prevent you from just kind of flying around. But if we want to add a wall jump, we can also check if you're touching a wall. I'm not positive if this will make it into the final game, but it's kind of fun to play around with. I also experimented with a horizontal dash. This kind of thing needs a lot of effects to look decent, so we'll come back to this later. And now it's time for some polish, and those platformer tips I mentioned earlier. Platformers like Celeste use something called Coyote Time, where you can still jump for a short time after you've left a platform. This little thing makes a huge difference in how a game feels, and it makes the controls feel
We got that? We got that?
Forgive the player for pressing the button a little too early. I ended up using an asset called Cinemachine to help with the camera movement. Anyways, you know how when you're walking outside, perspective makes closer things look like they're moving faster? This is called parallax, and I can make a similar effect subtle.
Got that.
So
Okay, that's too basic. It's not what we're looking for.
Having a good, unique mechanic is one of the most important things you can do in making an indie game. In fact, I think I bring it up in every episode of How to Fail at Indie Game Development. So I thought I would set out to search for unique mechanics in real indie games. I'll be ranking, or because it's looked up some tutorials. Shadows Under the Bed. In this game, you play as a little girl who fell under her bed and sets out to return home with only her blanket to keep her company. The main unique mechanic is the ability to hide under the blanket to become undetectable by enemies. I give this mechanic an originality score of 4 out of 10 because the ability to hide from enemies is something that has definitely been done before. However, having it make so much sense in a creative way definitely gets at least a few points. I found most of the gameplay and level design made use of classic platformer mechanics such as keys and buttons to open doors and pushing blocks to help you move around, at least as long as you don't mess up. The only way these mechanics tied into the main mechanic was because you had to hide from monsters in order to get to the key or door or block. There was only one section I played that had you use the ability in a slightly more creative way by needing to stand in certain buttons on a platform which you shared with a monster. But sadly after that I got to a part of the game that seemed impassable in a painfully unenjoyable way. Give the game an implementation score of 3 out of 10 and overall game quality I give 2 out of 10. due to the lack of tight controls, game-breaking level design, and overall boring level design. The next game is called Agent Pixel because games with pixel art need the word pixel in the title so you know there is pixel art. This game you play as a gunning, bandana-wearing hero tasked with finding and killing a scientist somewhere in the maze-like complex. You can collect different guns and ammo and face a few different kinds of NPC enemies. However, I couldn't detect any kind of unique mechanic, except maybe the ability to die and come back to life. Because every time you returned, enemies killed would remain dead, so it wasn't just a reset and try again, it was you coming back to life. However, this seemed more like a bug than a feature as it could be used to cheese an area. Just as long as you do a little bit of damage each life, eventually you will outlast everyone there. So uniqueness, I give it a score of 1 out of 10. Implementation therefore is also 1 out of 10 as there wasn't really a unique mechanic to implement. The only redeeming quality in the game was the art, sound, and level design. Navigating through the structure and using the doors and elevators was extremely satisfying. However, this was overshadowed by the fact that enemies couldn't miss no matter how fast you moved, and certain sections of the game became impassable without the right equipment, and the right equipment is non-renewable, so if you already used it, yeah, you couldn't progress. So I give it an overall score of 3 out of 10. Next is Apex, where you play as a weak little blob that can't really do anything. However, your species can evolve. As long as you picked up some of the DNA strands that seem to just be floating around the world, you can evolve when you die. And depending on how you die, future generations will evolve with an adaptation to avoid dying in the same way. For originality, I give it a score of 2, as it is basically just a standard Metroidvania concept. However, the creative way it is implemented is great. You have to seek out different ways to die after finding DNA in order to become stronger, and if given more effort and time, a larger game with more complex evolution system based on this one could really be cool. But with what's currently in the game, I give it an implementation score of 6, as it's pretty nice. Overall, the game's controls felt good, and the length was appropriate for the content provided. However, the world felt empty, and the final boss was overly simple and easy. But I suppose that was the point, because the boss is unbeatable without evolving first. So overall, I give the game a score of 6 as well. Last game in this episode is Teleportorium, sent to me by Logan Lang. In this game you have 2 orbs that when thrown will teleport you to wherever they land. One orb travels faster than the other, but both can be redirected mid-flight if needs be. Teleporting is nothing special, but the addition of different speeds and redirecting adds a level of originality that gives this mechanic a score of 6 out of 10. Each level progressively teaches you something new about the mechanic and challenges you in a new way. Not only do you need to teleport to get to the end of each level, but depending on the level, you will be forced to make use of the different speeds and the redirecting quality of the orbs in order to win. Though there was one level that felt like it was more about reflexes than teleportation, otherwise implementation was great and gets a score of 8 out of 10. The small game felt just right in length and complexity, the art was simple but nice, and the controls were tight. I give it an overall score of 8 out of 10. All of the games I played today have links in the description if you want to go try them out yourself. If you have any games you would like me to check out as I search for unique mechanics, please send them my way. Maybe I'll play them in the next episode. Whether they are your own creation or just a game that you think is awesome, I would love to check them out. Thanks for watching and have a beautiful day. The easiest way to fail at video game development is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you've decided to just make a platformer, because why not? I mean, most games are, and the reason why is because they provide an environment where the player can experiment with a unique and interesting mechanic. So, in order to fail, remember not to add any unique or interesting mechanics. Instead, you only need typical platforms and enemies, and then you can trust your unique story, shown in small snippets of bad dialogue, to set your game apart from all the other games that do the exact same thing. Right? Remember, a large part of what makes a platforming environment good is all about player movement. So spend as little time as possible fine-tuning the player movement and platform size to accommodate your mechanic, which you don't even need. And instead, just make the player movement quickly, right at the very beginning, and call it good enough. So you can move on to more interesting and important parts of development, like the main menu. If you do fine-tune the controls and platform sizes, lean more towards precision platformer than anything else. In the end, every platformer should be a precision platformer rage game. To be honest, it's better for players to be frustrated over very minor parts of your game because the only thing that makes a platformer good is how unnecessarily difficult it is to get from point A to point B. Besides, it's not your game that's bad. The players are just bad at playing it. Any platformer, whether it's 2D or 3D, is all about great movement that feels good. So make yours feel bad. Don't add things like jump buffering or coyote time. That way the players can blame their mistakes on your bad design. These things are just crutches for weak players. The classics didn't have it, so why should yours? Also, don't add options for different kinds of satisfying movement. That might give the player some sense of freedom to play the way they think would be the most fun. Instead, keep everything as simple and boring as possible. You're the game designer, you know what's fun. If you must add options though, the two necessities that every platformer should have, no matter what, is a double jump and dash ability. Especially if they don't make any sense. Got a knight in shining armor? You betcha he can jump on air particles. Got a cave diving adventurer? Of course they can rocket themselves forward a few yards using willpower alone. It doesn't even matter what your main mechanic is, dash and double jump only make your game better. I mean, everybody's doing it, so it must be a good idea, right? Anyway, if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Thank you so much for watching that.
Okay.
It really means a lot to me.
Okay,
Let me know.
they were not. These videos are not bad, but kind of wanted to have ideas for attacks. Advanced medic combo sense system. Maybe that's
When it comes to developing a 2D action game,
okay. It's a 20 minutes long game.
the first thing we're going to do is we're
video.
going to fill out our melee base state within this state system.
Let's just
The next
skip
thing
to
we're
the end.
Window to be able to enact a new attack, easy, scalable combat system to use for your game, and everything should be happening. With a few clicks, you can hit your full 3-hit combo. If you hit your combo at a delay, it'll reset just nicely, and everything should be working damage. First things first.
Okay. So the next one would be. So the next idea that I just happen to have is, what if you pull up a spear? I don't know how this makes sense. A spear or a spear attack. You bite someone, and the next attack, like a spear that is piercing enemies. And I think that idea sounds dumb, but let's just see where it gets. So you can pierce enemies with this. Does it have knockback? I think they should get knockback. They shouldn't get knockback. So it's a very short attack. Doesn't look too bad, but there's a catch here. It sucks in boss fights. I literally can't implement this because a lot of bosses you can't push them away, and because they're just not written in that way, and it would suck to rewrite the bosses in that way that you can push them. Because I didn't have this in mind for the boss fight mechanics. So I think that's not a good idea. So yeah. Okay. Let's get on.
Now I'm at the very beginning of Hollow Knight. Let's first determine how many different melee attacks the player has, and what melee attack occurs when I press certain input. A standard melee attack will go ahead and have the melee swipe occur right in front of the player. If I'm holding up while performing a melee attack, the player will go ahead and perform an upwards melee attack, and that same swipe that was in front of the player for the standard melee attack is now of course above the player. However, if I hold down and perform a melee attack, the standard melee attack still plays, and the only way to actually perform a downward melee attack is to attack while holding down when the player's not grounded. So Hollow Knight only has 4 different directions in which the player can perform a melee attack. Now that we know what directions we need to solve for with the melee attack, let's take some notes on what feedback the player receives when the melee attack collides with game objects. The player moves horizontally in the opposite direction when the melee attack collides with most game objects. This feedback happens with every enemy type as well as certain platforms and walls. Now when I perform a downward strike, the walls that I'm testing out with don't actually propel the player in any direction at all. But if I'm jumping and just perform a regular melee attack, you'll see the player still moves horizontally in the opposite direction. Let me perform a downward strike on this enemy right here, and you'll notice the player moves up a little bit when the melee attack connects with the enemy. And then of course after a couple hits, the enemy's dead. So far the enemies in Hollow Knight are the only game objects that propel the player in any direction when performing a downward strike. But there's this nuanced foreground game object that also propels the player upwards and then dies after one strike. Now I'll move down here where I know there's some spike game objects that can also propel the player upwards when performing a downward strike. However, unlike the foreground game object and the enemy, no matter how many times I hit this spike game object, it won't die. And that's of course true for the walls and other platforms as well. So basically for every enemy in certain game objects, the player will be forced in the opposite direction horizontally when the melee attack connects with it, and then for every enemy, foreground, and spike game objects, the player will be forced up when performing a downward strike and the melee attack connects with that game object. So we need to write a script that we can attach to all enemies in certain game objects that'll first manage health values, and then manage if the player can be forced upwards when performing a downward strike. To manage the game object's health and what direction the player can be forced in when the melee attack collides with it, we can consolidate all that logic into one script, and despite some of these game objects not really have any health values, I'm going to call this script enemy health. We'll attach this enemy health script to any game object that can receive damage and or force the player to move in the appropriate direction when the melee attack collides with it. I'll show you how we can control everything I just mentioned through that one script, but again, that's only going to manage the health and if the player can be forced in any direction when performing a melee strike. We'll also need to make a separate script that we would attach to the melee weapon, so it can determine when the melee attack collides with the game object that has an enemy health script has.
Okay. The rest of his video is just implementation. That's something that I can do myself. Just need ideas. Let's maybe look at where would you look for ideas? In your mind, of course. So first of all, I want pushback. That's what I want, because you can't push back at the enemy. That's nice to have, but with the bosses, they can't be pushed. And I didn't have this in mind, so it would be a terrible idea to do this last. And we have to restrict ourselves a little bit. So we have an attack, it pushes us back. So what could it be? It could be a sonic wave. Like it's short. And it's melee. It's melee. So this would effectively be the same as the explosion, but just with another sprite, and it would just hit the first enemy. That's good. Also, it wants the idea to have a permanent beam, like a Kamehameha. But that would cycle as a standard attack, because then you would stand there and deal your damage, but enemies still come, shoot at you, and the game doesn't do well with attacks that have to be charged. So I think that concludes that in this case, where you just have a beam that can be short that just shoots an enemy. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, we have a beam that shoots an enemy. It only works on a single enemy. It's not an area, and it just does a lot of damage. That's it, and it pushes you back. That's all this this attack does. It's just a beam. It's instantly, it does a lot of damage and pushes you back. And it's short range. Why is it short range? Because it deals a lot of damage. That's why I have to make a restriction. It works like this. If you have if you don't have a lot of restrictions, like it's a long range beam, then you can say, okay, it's a long range beam. It pushes you back. It pierces multiple enemies, and they also get pushed back. And you can charge it up to deal tons of damage. It's just OP as hell, and that would mean, okay, you have to charge it up forever to deal a ton of damage, because you can do this attack consistently, very and a lot. I also wouldn't make too much sense to have it long range, because it's after you bite something, so it's supposed to be a mid range at maximum, so it should be like this range, yeah. And piercing multiple enemies, that's cool, but we later have a boomerang attack that also does that. That also pierces through multiple enemies. And the other attack that you can choose is also AoE, so we have a ton of options for that. So I think let's just make it one enemy can get hit by this, but it is then a lot of damage. Like have a small explosion effect on him, deal good damage, push you back. So after you bite him, if you have to do that, at least you get your social distance area or something. Okay, I think that's a good idea. So see. So how do we do that? Okay, so first of all, we need an animation. Let's. Oh, do I want to start with the code? Yeah, let's start with the code. Let's start with the code just to activate this attack. So let's go into the code. Let's see. I just wanted to do a little refactoring there, and then it's refactoring 1984 files, symbols, or whatever it's doing. Yeah, okay. And now all its other subclasses are in a different namespace, so I have to do that as well with all of its subclasses. And it looks like I can't find. Okay, our scripts can't find the subclasses, but that's no problem. Just have to make sure that they are all in the same namespace, and it should be fine. Okay, here for the last one, and then everything should come together. And it doesn't. God damn it. Why though? I don't understand. I don't understand this is about. Pretty sure I did not write this object in here. Maybe this was automatically generated. Because it just writes it in everywhere. I think these were automatically generated. Because it doesn't make sense to cast all these things to an object type. A little bit weird by there, wider. So my text editor messed up a little bit, but it's not a big deal. Just that there's a lot of code lines that I have to go through now. Like the 100. I'm not sure if I am at 100,000 code lines, but I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. It's just a little bit unfortunate that I can't get rid of all the warnings that I have in my scripts, because there are just way too many. It's just No way that I'm going to get rid of all the warnings. Because back then I did just use a different coding style. Oh, it will take forever to just go for them and look at them. It's easy to change how I named them, but damn, it's a lot of variables. So where do I want to start? So if this was on skill 2, now there's another skill with an attack choice. I think it's skill 8, but I'm not sure about that one. Just see where it gets us. Yeah, this is the second attack, and this has this ranged bite option. And this ranged bite action is actually attack. Actually, I should edit the prefab. It's going to be a little bit faster. The ranged bite option is now a default attack. If you're in Bloodlust, you can cast this all the time, just as a little cooldown. And I just found that it's a little bit cooler to have this as a default state if you're going into Bloodlust. So I just felt that there was not enough stuff in the default mode. So how do I do this now? There's this source image. And this is now skill 8-2, sorry. Yeah. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to take the name of skill 8. Oh, what is this? Oh, it looks like it was another skill back then. Name this H2 volley. And change its image. So I later have to see if every image is still correct, because there have been a lot of changes. But that's a minor issue. Bigger issue is now I have to give this a description, and this is so the idea comes from the Gauss gun now. Let's just to make sure that I don't miss out something. Let's look into Quake guns, maybe, to just maybe see if I can still find an idea. Okay, it's not going to be next. It's not going to be shotgun. I had a similar idea, but no. Oh, that's cool. Now, pulling a hammer out of your ass would be a little bit weird, but you maybe could just fist the ground. But we already have such an attack. We already have such an attack. Hmm. Oh yeah, the railgun. So basically this is what we are going to implement, just a short range and with knockback. Placing a mine would that would suck. Especially we are in melee. Oh yeah, that's the quake that I remember. Okay, that didn't give me any idea at all. They're all just as I remembered. Let's look at Doom guns. Just see what kind of weapons there are. Let's look at the Doom Eternal, the latest installation. Oh yeah. And this is going to be the Blood Magic Volley. Basically our machine gun. Oh yeah, I love that mod. Too bad it sucked because it would drain your ammo immediately. Stun would be so nice, but it's not in the mechanics. It would be cool if you bite somebody in melee and then just cast a million of little blood magic volleys into him to kill him. But I think unfortunately it's not going to make much sense. It would be so hard to balance that out. You just flame them, why not? Yeah, that also does make sense. With a knockback, maybe. You stand in front of him, of your enemy in TD. Yeah, you're standing in front of him. You did just bite him, and with the attack, it pushes you back, and then you unleash some kind of fire beam. You go back. But there's one bad thing about that, and that doesn't fit into the game, and that's you have to hold this attack, and as an attack that I have to hold and charge up, and basically it sucks because you can't really dodge attacks, and you constantly have to dodge attacks. Okay, I think that's about it. Oh, and there's these weird mods. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get any ideas from this. It's a little bit fun though.
I made a small Unity game. Would you like to see a gameplay? It's like QUAKE2DD.
Yeah, do you have a clip or a link or something that I can watch? Currently, I'm just looking for just inspiration. So I'm just looking at dumb stuff. But maybe this is part of the process. Okay, I'm pretty much through this, and I think the attack that I'm going to implement is the Gauss cannon. Just way different, but this is the main inspiration that I will have to for my final attack in in the game. Let's see. Oh, I can't see that link. Let me go into so links are disabled for a good reason. Let me see to allow it specifically, and I don't want to allow links all the time. So let me see.
K8BZNGMHQMK. This is the last part.
Wait a second. I have to turn on that you can post the link. So I've turned it on. Try to post the link again. It didn't apply yet. Normally takes 10 seconds or so. Can you try again?
A.
I definitely turned it on. Try it again. So I know it's not instantly applying the setting, but
https www.youtube.com watch vk8bzngmhqmkxd.
There you go. Okay. Let's go and take a look. I'm just going to rate it. Okay. So the first look is it's a prototype. So this first it's important for me to take into account this is not a trailer. So because if it would be a trailer, you wouldn't show this inside of the Unity editor. And okay, it's very basic yet. Let me see. Looks like a shooter.
First Unity game.
Yeah, it looks like a shooter. I like the art style. The gun is a little bit too much in front of the character. But let's just see how it is when I press play. That's cool. Good. That's very good.
Quad damage D.
That's very good. Ah, there's the quad damage. So I guess I'm not the only one who's stealing ideas from Quake and Doom.
I love Quake D.
So what I can see there is when you the shooting mechanics are really top notch, because you have it all, as in the master flash, the release sound, the bullet is then flying, it's hitting the enemy. Does it make a sound when it hits the enemy? yeah, it also has the hit sound. So if you have a very good schedule where you have the all the important things are in there, and a lot of people take these as a given. You also display numbers there. I think I don't like numbers to display on enemies, but I do it myself to show how much damage my weapons do. I feel like the numbers just add a little bit of information there that you really did hit that enemy. And that rhino enemy is just a little bit pointless on those long slide.
I added offset with timer, but it's still crowded. Damage pop-ups.
And there's the thing. You use the sprite animation, and then yeah. Oh, I can also see
Max pain effect.
max pain effect. And I can also see your hierarchy now. That gets interesting, and I can see all your scripts. Ah, okay. Let's dive a little bit deeper then. So it's nice that you have some global stuff in there. You have a game manager. That's really cool. Very important. And player also on the root is something that's not bad. If I look at my hierarchy, this is my hierarchy, and I don't have that much stuff in the root because you basically don't want to have a lot of stuff in here.
There is a GitHub link in there.
Ah, I'm not going to look into it right now because I want to finish my own project. And there's the player. And one thing that I think was not good to have the player in here. I think the player, it's more practically to have it at the root, because you are going to click the player and test him out a lot and drag him over here, whereas over here, testing on an enemy just for testing. So that's one thing. Okay, I will
used singleton for player, which I'm not proud of.
Ooh, but that doesn't matter. I know that there's a lot of people who say singleton is bad and don't use singleton. And to be honest, I'm programming for a long time and I know a lot of code principles, how to write good code, and try to practice them on a daily basis. And to say singletons are bad, I think I don't really get the point why you don't want to use singletons. You can in Unity you can try to avoid them, and I also do that. Because it can get confusing when they destroy themselves and which frame they are going to pop up and instantiate themselves can get a little bit confusing. But I don't think singletons are bad per se, especially for a player. You want to have only one player, and he's going to be spawned in at the start of your level anyway. So I tried to give write a system around that with the player, and it failed because everybody assumes that the player is spawned in, and then I was trying to work with other assets, and I just couldn't make other assets work anymore because everybody assumes.
Object pool objects as serialized items. I'm not sure if that was good or not.
It depends. If you use it for bullets, yeah, that's the as the standard use case where you pool objects. If you have a lot of bullets, you don't need to destroy them, but
Almost everything, bullets, damage, pop-ups, etc.
Yeah, that's normal. That's also good practice. I don't think it's too important for 2D because the performance today on PCs is pretty good, and game objects are not that performance intensive. But if you want to crank out everything out of the resources that you have, go for it. Pull as much as you can. Okay, let's take a better look. Post-processing effects. That's interesting. Why are the post-processing effects not on the global volume? Object pool? Spawner? Platforms? I think your hierarchy is very good. You maybe could try to have maybe more subcategories like.
That one was for Quake when player gets quad screen turns purple. And slow motion.
Ah. So these are the self-written ones. Yeah, I maybe would try to get them into more subcategories because I usually just think like in old editors you would have something like your control where there's stuff like the game manager in. I don't know what is inside of loggers. I don't know. Also, don't know why do you have cameras? You should all because normally you only have one camera, so a little bit odd. And you would maybe for chests have some root of it
I added
like
Cinemachine and it created another one, so I grouped them.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Cinemachine. Okay, Cinemachine is pretty much the new go-to for anything that has to do with camera animation. Actually, I would like so much to work with Cinemachine, but I kind of missed that because when I started with Unity, there was no good Cinemachine, so I didn't use it, and now everybody's using it, and I kind of missed that. And okay, I'm going to nonetheless go to your GitLab. I'm just going to look at what do I want to look at. First, I want to see the player script maybe. So yeah, that's good. First,
Underscore scripts.
Yes, the first thing I was looking for is do you sort or do you not sort? Sometimes when I review something, I can see that people just drag everything in and it's completely unsorted. Let's see the player. Okay. You go with states. Well, let's see what one of our states look like. A state machine. Enter and exit, so you control what's going to happen in the state. Then you have the update. The virtual it's an abstract class. Okay, interesting. So that means you override later. Oh, you use the old input system. I wouldn't use that anymore. I would try to learn the new input system as soon as possible. Because with the old input system, the biggest problem is you don't have support to change the key bindings later. So later you want to have in the menu, you want to have the option to change the key binding, and that's why I don't use the old input system anymore, where you it's nice to just write it in the code, I know, but the support from the Unity
I
team
actually created
is
Game
gone.
Input Manager and used that one at first, but it took so much time XD.
Yeah, it really takes a little bit to get used to it, and especially at the beginning is a little weird, because they define their inputs a little bit weird. When you want to have a key pressed, to get behind that, man, that takes a little bit of time. You have a cooldown player, a timer. Okay. Looks interesting. Let's look at the player. Let's first look at how many lines does he have. 300. Okay.
It's mostly getters and setters unnecessary TBH.
Okay. I'm just wondering a little bit about the public events, but they're self-explanatory. Okay. That looks nice. And he breaks. Sets his variables a little bit. State machine. And then we have a handle input. Oh yeah, that's the thing with the old input system. Yeah, then you have so this is the station where from outside you would call these methods. If you get it pop up, you would say get quad. Don't know where you call die, if it's inside of the player or from another from another instance. Check to action. And there's similar code in my game. With the mouse follower, the weapon you have equipped was always following. It would be nice to have the character also follow your mouse direction a little bit, but I know it's really hard to do.
Slight issue with Quaternions, I don't understand them truly.
Nobody understands them truly. Let me show you something. I have aiming in my game, and it took me way too much time to figure that out. I think. See? You see that? So the problem here is I couldn't just take a position and rotate the character, because it's a little bit hard to see. What I'm rotating here is the upper body of the player, and it's not perfect. It's also it's better than nothing, but it's not perfect. And I'm rotating around this bone. This bone has to rotate. It has to rotate the upper body to have the character point to that direction. Unfortunately, though, unfortunately, I can't show what's happening here. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't just go from this point. You would have your mouse here. You
Game
couldn't
is very
just
complex. Mine is for babies.
Yeah. And the equation here, you point to this direction and it rotates it so that the middle of the upper body points to the direction you're pointing to. This is where the hands are and where your attacks are spawned. The blue one, the blue ball here is where the attacks are spawned. So my game is complex, but I really want to finish my game because I started this game when I was in the mid of my bachelor, and this was also my first Unity game. And the code, if you look at the code, this is actually a partial class. I divided it. And you look at the right side, there's so many warnings because back then I didn't pay attention to how the naming conventions are, and now you see there's so many where it says, hey, the naming convention is violated. You can pretty much see it with private variables. Normally you would write an underscore here, so it doesn't violate the naming convention. And then you see this class alone has 1000 lines of code, and most of it is not good code. You see?
Can't you turn that off, that warning, with your IDE?
You can turn it off, but actually I use it in the newer classes that I have written. So there are some editor scripts. Okay, and there I usually see that I don't have any warnings inside of here. Now that's a bad example, but this one. See, this has 1900 lines of code, and there's 4 warnings inside of here, and these warnings are very I think some naming convention or something. No, not a naming convention. See, let's just track one of those. Oh yeah, there's actually there are naming conventions. There's just a calculation, and in math you would normally name these points CA, CB. This is just a triangle calculation, and you either violate the mathematical convention or the coding convention. And I wanted to have these points to be big, because in math, in a triangle, you have big letters for the edges and smaller letters for the lines between them. And this is why I have to write big letters here. But for everything else, you see these 1900 lines. I don't have any warnings because I learned from my mistakes, and with the newer classes, I pay attention that I don't have any warnings. Just for the old classes, 277, forget it. I'm not going to fix that. I'm going to release the game before I fix that. And that's also not the sense.
Coding violations. I use light editors, generally very interesting.
It's if you want to release a game, let's see, you're actually paying attention to naming convention. Let's see that right. Yeah, most of them they look like they don't violate the naming convention. There should be an underscore here, but that's a minor thing. Tend to forget such a thing. What kind of editor are you using though? Win? Notepad.
VS Code D.
VS Code. Okay.
Yeah, normally NVim.
NVim. Oh, so are you using one of the Unix system, or you just use NVim for fun?
Yeah, I want to do web dev.
Web dev, yeah. If you want to do web dev, you normally want to use a Unix system. I once worked on
this game to understand OOP better.
Oh. So if you're good at OOP, Now, if you are good at Unity, you're very good at OOP too. But at the beginning, when you start with Unity, you just break all the principles of OOP. So I wouldn't actually recommend Unity to learn OOP. It's just in the when you are really into Unity and know what you're doing, and then you actually do good OOP. But looking at what you do, I'm not through it yet, so I don't know. I don't know if you are good at OOP yet. Just the usual, the flip function. Every enemy, every entity in Unity needs that flip function. You pretty much can just use one flip function and generically inherit it to every entity that you have, because also enemies will have a flip function. But maybe you want to have a flip function for the player, because the player normally is so different.
Single tongues block that.
Yeah. Also, the player is so different that you might want to have a known flip function just for the player. And because the player, he just has so many abilities that, and he can point with his mouse to a direction. Enemies don't do that, so their flip function might be completely different. So you could try to force a flip function to enemies and the players with OOP.
Oh, you are right. I could just do entity and inherit from that, right?
Yes, you could, but it would be more like a flex to show off your OOP than to make much sense, because the player, he's going to override the function, and 99% he's going to do something else and not take the function from whatever he's inheriting. If you do it with, normally I would do it with an abstract class, where all the enemies inherit the flip function. And the player, he's going to overwrite it and write his own flip function. You could also do it with an interface, but then every enemy would have to write its own flip function, and that wouldn't make much sense. So I think it would have to be an abstract class. But I really would like to look more at your states, because I don't use a lot of state machines, and I'm really interested into learning them way more. So very interesting. Also, seeing so many player states, that's pretty cool. I have to say, this is pretty dang. Okay, let's just look into one of your enemies. So, yeah, and the enemy normally in OOP, you can, and I don't do that myself because yeah, bad coding. I just also one day just started learning.
Class XD.
Oh, you don't use that class anymore. Okay, let's just go into another class then. Let's go into the ghost. I think
have one dumb roaming base class end.
dumb roam base class. Okay.
Chicken and Rhino uses the same thing. Very stupid D.
Okay, and here's the thing. So with a ghost, you inherit from model behavior, and here's a max health stat. And let's look into roaming base. Roaming base. I think it's a roaming enemy. And they also have a health stat. Now I don't see a max health stat. But this is where you normally would use OOP, or you use the Unity component system. And this way it gets
That one
confusing.
gets it from scriptable object, I think.
Scriptable object. Oh, I see. The health is actually not a float. Was it what was it with the ghost? But the ghost has an integer for his max health. Does he have a health? Yes, he has health.
Health is a class I get settings from outside or scriptable objects.
I see that. So, what you could think about is here with the enemies that I have, they always have only one component, and that is the enemy stats. And every enemy has basically the same things on him, like max health and health. Now these and here are some things that I can pretty much enable, like, is this an animal or a human? And then there's some stuff there that I should maybe make read only, because they shouldn't be available in the inspector. And then there's his attacks. How many attacks does he have, and how much damage they do. And this way I can later balance the game very fast. I can just go with the script over every enemy and say, hey, if the difficulty is hard, increase this stat by 50%, give his attack damage plus 50% or something, or whatever I want to. And they always share the same stats. And if you want to access the enemy health, you always go for the same scripts. That's one way to do it. And the other way would to inherit this and say, hey, every enemy inherits enemy stats. Now he's an enemy and inherits the enemy class, and then he would have all of this inside of him. And it would actually be the normal OOP way.
You're so right, I realized a lot of things after I built things. I didn't go back and clean it up though.
Yeah, now the thing is, if every soldier, every rhino, every ghost, they are enemies, so they can inherit from the enemy class. Now you could also make subclasses, so enemy, maybe there's animals and different kind of ghosts, and then the eventual enemies that come out inherit from that. But that's how you do it in OOP. And Unity, that's why I think Unity is a little bit confusing, because Unity doesn't necessarily need that. You can also say I require an enemy stats component, and in this component you will define all those things. And there's no right way to do this.
I try to avoid inheritance generally.
It has its pros and cons. If you use both, using components, Unity components, and inheritance in the right way, you can actually force some stuff. Especially if you're working with other programmers. The thing is, if you're working with a lot of programmers, if you're doing teamwork, you pretty much don't use inheritance to make things easier, but to make it harder to break the game. Because if you don't have inheritance, and then the next guy comes in and shows you his code, and he says, hey, I have this new player script, and you see he inherits from mono behavior and not from your enemy class, then you know, okay, he probably missed that we have the health defined in the same class every time, and that's why inheritance is actually very powerful, because it forces programmers to use the same patterns over and over again. And with components, you would have to write something like require component, and then write the component like enemy stats. Yeah. So you would look at enemy stats. So if you would look at the code at the beginning, if somebody gives you that, now I don't know why it's not valid here, but you can use require component.
I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter for let's just not focus on the syntax. But you would see in the first lines of code, if he's using the structure, the patterns that you have agreed to in your project or not. And this is going to save you a lot of time. Also later, when you define a lot of common functions for enemies, for example, like enemy get hit, it's going to be the same code for most of the enemies, and it should be, because later you don't know what everybody is writing, and you just want to force that everybody is using the same code. And please just make the same method every time, and that let me, if I hit this enemy with my attack, just let me use the general hit function that every enemy is using. And if you have to change that, okay, change that generic hit function, but don't define a new one every time, because that's going to be impossible to check later if and debug later if every enemy is defining his own hit function. And that's why OOP exists. It's one thing to have the subtypes of one class, and the other thing is we're still human and we are a little bit dumb. We have to admit that, and to take that into our calculation.
A man used events for everything. It was very complicated.
Oh yeah, that's why I don't like events. Now everybody says, "Hey, events are so cool." They and it feels like when you're starting to use events, like you're a really a pro programmer. But the thing with events, what I don't like, is that you start to lose track of what is happening. Like if I have even an event here. Public event. So what could it be? Do stuff. And wait a moment. You have some events, I think, that I can just copy from. You normally would define the event action or something and give them something in the brackets, and I don't want to remember the correct syntax just right out of my head.
Player CS has it.
So with the player, it's pretty good. Yeah, player on player shoot. That's easy at first, and then you have I don't know how many functions that in their start function they listen to this event, and then they handle it somehow. On player shoot, they execute a method, and then stuff is happening. The problem is you have to restrict yourself a little bit with this, to not add too many methods to one event. Why? Because in the end, if you're going to have some bugs and have to debug when your player is shooting and something is going to go wrong. And if you have too many events, it's going to be hard to keep track of all of them, and you don't know in which order they are executed. And this is why I don't like events that too much, since if you overuse them, they are hard to work with. Yeah, if you just have one or two methods that use this event, totally fine. But if you have maybe 10 methods that are triggered with this, I would not recommend to use an event. then I would say, okay, on player shoot, just write it out, just write a method on player shoot, and specifically say which kind of
It would be better to break events up,
methods.
but then you would have a lot of events D.
Yeah, and that's why I would recommend when you have a lot of stuff happening after an event, just make this a method and say, okay, on player shoot, method 1, spawn an attack, method 2, play the animation, method 3, check for, I don't know, and method 4, 5, 6, 7, and you're through. Yeah. Now, if you don't just spawn an attack and maybe what else would you do? Spawn the attack, play the sound with the effect, maybe
You are so
use
right,
resources.
That would make things much easier to mentally see it with code.
Yeah. So it depends. It depends. So if there's 3 things happening, you would use resources, bullet orb something. Yeah. Then okay, you just execute them at once, and yeah, can go for it. But if you have too many things happening at the same time and you don't know the order, better avoid it out. That's why I think events are sometimes a little bit misleading. You can overuse events. I think I also use events. It's not that I would say they are forbidden. I just say in very complex games or in complex events, better look that you can have a system where you can handle all this stuff. And if you break an event up into smaller events,
I use events when some other class needs something.
Yeah, and if you break an event in smaller events, you could just make it a method and say, hey, okay, execute this and that in that order to specifically say what is going to happen. So usually, yeah, you want to have them to be accessible from outside, but not always. Sometimes I also use events inside of a class, like on getting damaged. I don't know. I don't know why. Now that I think of it, I can't come up with a single case where I use.
TBH, they both classes are tied together. Events does not change that. It just looks fancier. D.
Yeah. And sometimes it's way easier to just listen to an event.
Just to write a method like you said.
Yeah. So I think it's still very practical to have events. Like events are cool. If you just want to listen to something, or you know that there's 10 enemies listening to, no, that wouldn't make sense. I don't know, just from a case to case basis. If you have an event and if you have trouble debugging it because there's too many things happening, for example, in my game, try that out. But when I open the main menu, there's so many things happening at once. But I would do that with the here. When I open and close the menu, there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that you don't notice, but it's going. There's stuff that has to be done in a specific order, like how to set up the buttons, and then to play the correct sound. And if you don't have the buttons instantiated at first, you then get a null reference if you try to reference them in another method. And that's why that would be bad for an event. But when I say when I die, maybe dying is also not a good example because there's a lot of stuff happening when I died. Maybe if I damage an enemy, that would be cool for an event. I don't know. What I really think I would be very interested in is...
Your sounds are amazing, BTW.
Thank you. I made them all by myself, except for the music. Like, it sounds a little bit weird, but yeah, I did them all myself. You know, the sound for the bow. Don't know if I get this on camera. We'll try. I made them, actually, there's...
If you are interested in State Machine, you can look at Ghost CS.
I'm pretty interested by it, but I'm stopping to review now because I'm running out of time, and I still want to do something today, so sorry. So the string sounds, I did them really with these strings first. I don't know if you can hear that. These are the bow strings, for example. I also have...
No, unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunately, okay. Oh, my cat
But I
woke
can
up.
imagine D.
And so I used a lot of strings and was just turning them, and making sounds is really interesting. I use Audacity for it. So Audacity is open source, actually. There's sound guys in the professional scene that use way more complicated software than Audacity.
Me too, I used that one to cut MP3D.
Yeah, so I don't have to show it. So this is where I make all my sounds. I make all my sounds with Audacity. And yeah, I just can recommend it if you want something for free that is really good. Get it.
It has terrible UI.
Yeah, but it's free. Now the real professional sound designers, they've way better or way more complicated software. But then you work in that software the whole day, and that's why I would
use
not.
Mac OS.
They use Mac OS. The software is the sound designers. I know one sound designer. He actually uses Mac OS, and he's actually one of those guys who's not a Mac OS fan. Who just admits he uses Mac OS because for the software, just for the software. Also, engineers often use Mac OS because there's special software just for them.
All
Sound.
DJ I listen have Apple D.
Yeah, because you can flex with Apple because Apple has costs more money, but yeah, I don't know what this software here is, unfortunately. But this is if you look at the really big guys who do a lot of stuff with sound. There's a guy here, and all he can do to just learn all these buttons, what they do. Okay, I think it's not that hard because it's basically channels, but to really get good with all of them at once, you basically can just specialize on this on this task here, just to be really good. And if you this is I don't know what this is. These are channels.
If rappers can do it, I can do it better.
I don't
It just takes time.
Yes, and time is a resource that if you're coding, you don't have time. Don't forget it. Forget it. I mean, you're making a game by yourself, so that means you have given up on that already. But you have to acknowledge that making a game, drawing everything by yourself, making your own sound, your effects, your coding, advertisement, administration, company stuff, like you have to release your game, get to stream, make a contract. This all takes a lot of time. It doesn't matter how hard you work, you have to work really, really smart. And that's why I think working with Audacity, I would recommend it to everybody who's not a sound designer to kind of forget about buying the best program and the most expensive program. There's all the functions that are in there that you can dream of, because you also have to learn that stuff and you have to understand it really, really well. And not just in a, hey, I try out these buttons, but maybe rappers do. You also have to, if you want to really, really get good, you have to also understand the math behind it a little bit to make the best sound possible. And that just takes a lot of proficiency. And that's why there's sound guys who only do sound. And there's a reason for that, and it's how we get some of the great sounds we hear today in games like Battlefront, Star Wars Battlefront. I think Star Wars Battlefront has really good sound. Has to be somebody with a really good sound designer behind that.
It has university degrees. It should not be that easy.
Yeah, just like coding. Like you can code without a university degree, but can you become as good? Yes, but it's the exception. It's the absolute exception. I don't know why though. Especially for coding. Coding is very practical, and the universal degree. I have a master degree, and I don't know. Generally, the guys who don't have a degree or have a bachelor, they're generally a little bit messier with their code. But it could. But I wouldn't say that everybody has to be like that. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the guys who make a master, they are a little bit more behind this stuff. They work a little bit harder, and then their code is also better. But yeah, they also throw away a lot of time to make a degree and get a degree. So here, for example, I don't know, even that looks like I could manage it. But then if I watch videos where people really mix their stuff, I actually completely have no idea what they're doing.
I keep you distracted.
Yeah, thank you. Good point.
I'm going so you can work. Have a nice day, D.
Thank you. You don't have to go. I actually should just get going. So I was going to look one last time at the shotgun in Doom to see what I wanted to implement, and maybe finish my thoughts on that. And actually, I was starting with the implementation, and I also have to get my dinner soon. So thank you for joining so far and for the discussion.
Diabotical is also another arena FPS.
Okay, I will check it out, but only quick because
it's interesting. You can check it for Inspartian.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting. And there's also some indie games that I really like to look into. Unfortunately, I didn't find very good 2D examples for attacks.
It's like Quake with different flavor.
Yeah, it really reminds of Quake, just the typical arena style. I just want to look at the guns. 2-minute video. It's not too shabby.
Everyone. Largely revolves around the big three: rocket launcher, shaft, and PNCR. Rockets excel at close range and can inflict massive damage and also bounce the opponent around, throwing off their aim and limiting their movement options to dodge the next shot, but is susceptible to the shaft at medium range
Yeah,
and PNCR at long range.
it's pretty much like in Quake.
In open areas where you have room to move around, but is weak if someone closes in on you with rockets or stays out of range and hits you with PNCR shots. And the final of the big three is the best used from long distance.
100 Quake D.
This is pretty much the Gauss gun from Doom.
But is weak to both rockets and shaft due to the long reload time. There are far more weapons than just the big three in Diabolical. There are many other weapon combinations that you could use.
But on the other side, the Gauss gun from Doom is it's one thing from Quake.
Shotgun, which is very
Don't really
effective
know
at
which one.
extreme close range, and can be used as a finisher if you know that your opponent has very low health. The blaster,
Railgun.
a projectile weapon.
Yeah, the
that has
railgun.
Highest DPS at close and medium range, but takes more skill and prediction to master. It is best used when playing defensively, and the opponent has to run through a choke point to get to you. Next we have the grenade launcher. While inflicting massive splash and direct hit damage, it is very difficult to land shots with, and is mainly used to deny choke points or used in a defensive way. The machine gun is very good for sustained damage at medium to long range, and is often used as a finisher for its reliable damage output. However, the overall DPS of this weapon is lower than other mid to long range weapons such as the shaft and the PNCR. And lastly, the melee weapon, which is typically used in an attempt to humiliate your opponent.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah. So interesting weapons. I know there was. And Dusk also had interesting weapons. And just look at Civi. I know that there was a very Veto style game. I don't find it. Champions of Evil. That also had very interesting game weapons. I don't think I will find something now. Just take a quick look. This was interesting because it could bounce off surfaces when you empower it. It's pretty much a rocket launcher reskin. That's pretty cool. I've no idea how I would do that in 2D. Yeah, all these weapons are pretty basic. And that could pay us enemies. And it has a knockback. Okay, cool. Okay, of all these options, yeah, I don't see anything better than a short beam to the enemy that deals just a lot of damage and pushes you back. So let me take a last look at the Gauss Cannon Doom, because I think that is done very, very well because of the sound. Okay. Good. Let me take a second because one of my alarm clocks is going on off right now. Okay. So I want I need to have dinner soon, but I also need to get going. So let's just start to implement. Let's just make one big step. So what's the next step here? So first I have overwritten these. I have to make a description. Okay. So in the description here, is this volley, and then this blood magic here. It's not a blood magic volley, it's a beam now. Cast beam after biting an enemy. First is the condition. Then we'll Lane's next attack gets enhanced. Cast the attack will be a beam attack with medium range. It deals high damage to the first enemy touches and will push lane back. Okay, now the German translation. So there's the description. Let me read again. After biting an enemy, lane's next attack gets enhanced. The attack will be a beam attack with medium range that deals high damage to the first enemy hit and will push the lane back. Nachdem jemand gebissen hat, wird der nächste Angriff verstärkt. Der Angriff wird zu einem Strahl mit mittlerer Reichweite, der hohen Schaden am ersten getroffenen Gegner verursacht. Der Strahl stößt Lane zurück. Okay. And now I have to change this condition. Okay, now let's just change the old attack. So that is now skill 8-2. It was skill 8. Oh, it is now 8-2. It was skill 2-2 before, and I have to make sure that skill 2-2 is not used anymore. So this is the old one. And I pretty much should just take this code and stuff it in here. And change this up. And it's not going to be range explosion ammo, it's going to be a beam attack. I'm not sure if I want to spawn this sound. I think I can do that with the actual effect. It would be a little bit easier than to do that with the code. So let's just skip that. Oh, it has a wind up sound. Oh, that would be cool. Let's see where this is defined. It's over here. And you, sir, you will be the next sound over here. When doing this attack, we'll play the correct sound. And here's the code that is going to cast the actual beam. And then we have to pretty much just code this method. This method will be where we code the actual beam. It's the same as we already have a hit scan attack, and it scans and beam attacks pretty much the same. So I can use that as a formula. And here I think I will need to I will need 2 days for this. Okay. So the beam is not self-damaging. Make beam sounds. So we will have charge sound enhanced, fire sound enhanced, hit sound enhanced. So that's 6 sounds. There's no way I can do them all today and implement them correctly. Okay, next thing, beam blood magic. I have to reference it when I actually cast a beam. So in this instance, I don't want to specifically kill the massive flash or something. Okay, so let's just try to set this up, and then I will go for Dylan. Let this muscle flash. But for this we need the beam muscle flash. Beam blood magic. Go for the wave fire position, that's okay. We need a new script. This will be the blood magic beam. Gives you the direction and launch it. Okay. So first we need to make sure that implement these new game objects. And this blood magic beam class, which is just going to be a copy of blood magic kit scan. Sorry. Okay, so do I want to program this? Yes, actually want. Do we just get this the enemy hit? And then we do the beam effect. Okay, then I don't have a plan. For this, I don't have a plan. But for everything else, it's just exactly the same. So... Okay, so then I have to set up all the game objects. And that's going to take some time. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get my dinner and be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got my dinner. A little bit faster than I expected. So, close our professional drawing here and get going. So, we just defined a ton of other variables here. And kind of had to get going and make the effect. So, the first thing that crossed my mind is when the effect is enhanced, should it look way different? And let's not do that. I know that would be very, very cool, but didn't do that with the other effects, and that's maybe a nice to have for later. But no, let's not do it because we haven't built our system around that idea, and even adding that later, it's just too much of a mess in the code then. So only enhanced sound it is. A little bit sad that. Let's get going. So, what we want to do here is go into the player and go into the attacks. There should be hit, scan, attack. What? So there's the muzzle flash. Oh, that one's cool. That's the head. The muzzle flash. And then there's these particles. Okay, we need to have most of them. Let's just put them somewhere. Just put them over here and see what we can do with this. So we want to first make sure we unpack them and rename them. What is the first thing? And then there's the actual attack. I also want to like this. Okay. So we want to start with this. What the fuck is this? So this is the actual beam. This will be the beam. Interesting. So obviously this is going to change. Just making a game, just a game object inside of here. And we actually have a beam. This one. And if it gets over here, we can see how it actually looks. This one, it's just going to be spawned in, and it's endless. Yeah. And it's fine for the boss fight. Because this boss is just really strong, and he's just going to fire this, and it's going to end somewhere off screen. It doesn't matter. However, I need this to be finite. And that's, I know it's possible, but I forgot how. What's the blood magic beam? So how does that work? I can just slice and dice it. But there's a catch. Let's see. I want this, but I don't want it to change its starting point. That's a little bit annoying. God damn it. How do we do this? So I have to edit this with Photoshop. There's no way I can just reuse this beam again. And this sucks. This really sucks. So can't change the width, but then it just changes where it actually is, which really is not what I want. Huh. I can program it that it actually is at the correct position, but it's a little bit off. It's really a little bit nonsense. I'm just going to go for sliced. I'm going to edit this beam so it's even. And then I won't have this problem, so probably just going to get through this material. I can change the beam color. Can I do? Oh, not really. Can try, but better just reset this to its original. then I can go to this beam effect. Okay, so maybe I should go into my work folder right now. That's my work folder, artwork, and maybe I can quickly do this beam attack effect. This is the original beam. I hope that I can get rid of the uneven things. And it can't open it. That sucks. Oh, it was the wrong file though. It doesn't matter. Just still can't open it. Can't open anything. What the hell? Come on, can you open this? No, you can't. You're incapable of doing anything right now. Photoshop? What the hell, Photoshop? Can you open this picture? Picture of my brother. No, it can't. So basically, Photoshop is broken. Guess. So just go with random pictures, plug them in there. Oh, come on, don't do that. Okay, for some reason Windows just decided to mess me up. Hello. Can I please just browse my pictures? Hello? Windows. Oh no, you just broke down. Okay, thank you. Let's try that again. It looks like pictures are too much for Windows. Nope. So Photoshop can't open anything, I guess. I can open it with this function. Well, it's not what I want. It's a little bit unfortunate. Just see. Now I can. Oh no, I can't open it. Nope. That sucks. I don't want to redo these files just because Photoshop apparently just can't open them. This is the image. I just want to open it with Photoshop, and this is the newest version, I guess. Let's see. Are there any updates? So I dream big. I dream of a world where Adobe Photoshop is finally going to open. That sucks. It's doing something in the cloud, but I don't want to know what. I'm thinking about reinstalling Adobe again, because I don't know why it's suddenly buggy. What? What? It can't even close itself. Come on. Okay, so I have to really shut it down with force. It could be that the file that tried to open is so old that it just crashes. But I'm not so positive about that. Let's try that again. And then I can't even close it. Okay, Adobe is pretty bugged out today. It's going to take some time. Let's try Adobe Photoshop 2023. It's also a little bit annoying that it keeps opening on my second monitor. Okay, let's try to open it like this. No, can't open it. Now you can't. Now you don't work at all. No, you don't. Good, then let's shut you down. What if I try to open you normally and just close you? Will you then work, or will you not work? Okay, I can close you. It just seems that it doesn't like these files for some reason. Maybe these are really too old for Photoshop. Because yeah, 2018, that's 5 years ago. Can't have Adobe support old formats. God damn. So I've been developing this game 5 years now. Better get going. They are not going to. They're not going to fix themselves. It's okay. It's just a beam effect. I can do a beam effect with Adobe. I don't need the old beam. Just would have been really nice, because I don't think this beam is bad. I think it looks just like what I want. Let's look at the Gauss cannon beam though. Just take a look at this. It's just a straight beam. I got an idea. Let's maybe not do this with Photoshop. Let's do this with actual... Let's do this in actual... Let's do this with... Stop being retarded. What do I want to say? Come on. Let's do this with alignment now. I got an idea. So let's draw a line from two positions. We need the material though. We don't seem to see anything. We need to use local space, and there it is. So there's our line. But we have a problem here. It looks horrible. There's something attached. Let's see. It has a light attached to it. So first of all, what color do I want this to have? Make it this just red. Let's disable this. Now. And I think the max range is going to be something like this. So I think the width should not be that big. That's exactly what I need. Just a material that is very straight. There it is. We're going to make the beam material. Going to plug you in. And it looks exactly the same. I'm going to add some bloom here. And nothing's happening. Put you into the light. This is how you look like now. Okay. So I think the width is pretty much nonsense. That's a good start. It's not enough though. Let's make it so that in the end and the beginning we fade in and out. Ah, for that we just need more positions. So this would be at 1, this would be at 9. I think it's a little bit too thick. Something I normally don't say. But it's too... Yes, objectively some point where something is too thick. Okay, I think that's better. Now let's get that bloom a little bit up. And boom, there we go. Have a beam effect. It would come out of your hand like this. Would that be reasonable? I think it's still a bit too wide. Well, like that would be okay. Now let's just make that really small and just let bloom do the rest of the work. I wonder why the difference between 0.3 and 0.2 is so big. I think this is perfect. This is perfect. I have to increase the bloom a little bit. Yeah, like that. So this is just the beam though. We still have to now code it so that we can increase and decrease the range, but that's not really what we want. We can increase it like this. Oh, it's actually not bad. Because this is 10 long, we can pretty much change the it without touching these values, which is cool because I don't like to mess with the line winner position values. It's pretty good. And we have this freeform light. It is way too big for our case here. How do I edit the form though? Oh, that's how. actually the shape. So we can increase the width a little bit. Just try that out. I wanted to have it be like something that is really getting sharper as it goes closer to the enemy. Actually, that doesn't work good. So I think this Wolof is too big. Yeah, that's fine. With this, we can have have an attack. And I'm editing the wrong particle right now. And just scale it up and down. We know because the default length is 10, we can just multiply it with the value that we want. It's very easy to calculate with. And for this, I don't have the use for this check, to be honest. Let's just get rid of all this, all the other scripts in here. Okay. So now we could attach this to the hand and have an attack to the enemy. There's still a lot of stuff missing. This line alone, it's like a Star Wars laser. That's not very convincing for a vampire game. We need more stuff now that I'm going to cover this up. Okay. So this the actual particle. There should be some kinds of particles on top of this. I'm not sure how to do that. Let's just maybe add a particle system, try something out. Effects, particle system. Just select the random material and make it visible. Where's the layer? There's the layer. Let's be above the actual thing. And let's give them a little bit of push at the start. And they don't know which direction to go in though. Now they have to float to with the right side. This is going to be in a fraction of a second. And they are going to have not much lifetime. That's better. I have to change the emission value and give it an initial burst. Whoopsie. I don't know what this does. I hope this can maybe stop them from flying noise at the start. It doesn't seem to be though. No. What the hell does this do? Makes it sharper. Hmm. Hmm. I can make this into a curve. So that it looks like in the beginning they're pushed to the right. I have to make. Let's loop this. Let's loop this and just see what happens. I squash this. Ah, that's bad. That's bad. Ah, that's what I was. That was what was I. That was what I feared. It doesn't scale with the length. Ah, this is going to be annoying. This is going to be just such a pain. But it has to be. Without this, I can't go. So, what material am I using right now? This is star material. Because it's not in the material folder. Just use something. I think the some material is fine. Blood magic beam sparkles. So what I'm going to do? So what am I planning here? What's my plan? Why do I use this weird material? It doesn't even seem to do anything. First of all, I haven't applied my color yet. Oh. Now they're red. And now I do have to make them smaller. Way smaller. They're way too big. Where's this particle size? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's stop looping. This is what I want. Just have to give them less lifetime. I don't think this scroll scroll speed is important. I think they need more velocity at the start. We're getting there, we're getting there. Looks a little bit sudden. It's a little bit annoying with all this stuff going on. I think I'm pretty much happy with this. Oh, hey Luna. Hm? Bist du unruhig? Hm? Komm. Okay. Cat is a little bit nervous. Unfortunately, I can't show my cat right now because she's on my lap. If I move the camera, she will just jump off. Aww. Hey Luna. Alright, let me at least try. Oh, she's getting nervous. But you need some attention. Hey, Luna. Ist okay bei dir? Hm. Ich mag dich auch. Hey, willst du was in den Stream sagen? Oh. Warum ist er nervös? Oh dear. I think she's going to fall asleep on my lap if this goes on. Hey, ich will auch noch ein bisschen arbeiten. Go to work, Luna. Hm? Oh. You're so happy. Hmm? Oh, but you're also lucky because I like you. Love you. You keep me from doing work, You like that, Ah, there you go. Let her have her way. It's not that bad. Could be worse. So. So we had a short heavy time there. Now she's under my feet. But cat is cat. Sometimes she just needs a lot of attention, and I'm not going to deny her. So the thing here is, with all these particles, can't squish them down, I think. Oh, we can. But if this is squashed, it's not affecting the particle system. So I have to specifically tell it that it's being squashed. Interesting. But manageable. Manageable. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, cat is going in circles around me. I can maybe try out different materials. These look much clearer. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh man, I really need to make a new cat place next to me where my cat can just relax. Cause she's just all the time under my desk and trying to get some attention. And that's not bad actually. She's pretty much bored at this point, so I don't blame her. So which one is it? This one? This one. Let's go for the middle ground. And let's just play this again. I feel like it should go into more directions. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, I think this gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So let's go into the other effects that are way too big right now. Okay. So the miss effect. I don't think this needs a miss effect. A hit effect. That's what it needs. So in the center there's an explosion, which isn't bad. What's the size? Let's increase the size. This would be at the end. A whole effect. If you hit an enemy, it's like this. I'm not sure about that. I could also spawn a real explosion. I think that's overkill though. That's 6x6 grid. I think. Maybe it's 7x7. Kind of want to stop this effect. Put in nothing here, so can actually see the only effect that matters to me right now. It's not bad. It's kind of weak. What weak ass fireball. I'm going with the fire explosion. I mean, bam! That hits hard, and that should. So let's copy this material and put it to our own. I have no idea where I saved my particle. No. Sparkle. There we go. In dudets. Okay. So we have this in here. Now we want to change it. Actually, I'm a little bit interested in this one. So they just took that explosion and mapped it. See if we can match that somehow. Want this to be all red. If this changed it up. So have to change the material then. Yeah, it looks more reddish, but it's not enough. It's more like it. Just a little bit weird that we always get other colors inside of here. I think this is it. Yeah. And then we have this in here. And I forgot how the material was named. And I'm too lazy to look it up. God damn it. What was the flash effect? An electric effect. And I don't seem to find it again. Come on. Must be in here somewhere. There it is. What's this lightning? Okay, let's look at what we use as a base. Oh, look at that. If this hits someone, you see this. Holy shit. That's holy. What an impact. That's a nice sprite they got there, I'm not going to lie. So this is maybe a shockwave? That's not a normal shockwave. Increase its size though. And now let's just try to something particle system. We have anything like that? I mean, maybe in the effect examples. Would be easier to judge that most of these effects would be broken thanks to them being written for, I think it's for the normal windowing pipeline. This breaks them a little bit. Maybe this one? Not really. Nope. It's not the splash that I'm looking for. Nope. Nope. We don't really have something for that. I think what they did here is they have this sprite sheet and it just has this awesome effect. This is not a particle system, but we don't have this sprite sheet, and I don't want to take too much time. Let's just say impact wave. Let's try to make this with the custom material. I'm not very sure if I can do that though. I said that's a really tough thing to match with the particle system. I mean, it probably is going to look awesome, but it's only going to look awesome as long as you don't know it's a big brother. But I don't talk about that. Come on. Bottles. Okay, we need a new generic blue. Actually, we already have a sparkle shader. Let's just reuse that. So what we want to do here is we want to emit and actually we want to have this circle shape. We want to have a spear. No, we want to have a circle. This to be looping. And we want to have no emission rate, we just want to have one burst. Oh, sorry, Luna. And this also, this one is going to have no life. Not going to have life. And the size is way too big. And now we have to when get him some randomness. Oh yeah. I think this is as low as we can go with the interval. Just bad for us. Just trying to get a little bit of randomness inside. Okay. Let's just add some noise. Maybe have them have trails? No, that's pretty ugly. Just as trails are not that good. I don't think trails are a great improvement. I don't want to align them to the direction, but the thing is just that this function doesn't do what I want. So I guess will have to be round, I guess. That's cool. They're too big. Oh dear, what did I do? Oopsie. I'm completely in the wrong prefab. Not sure what this actually does. But it looks nice. Not going to lie. I'm still undecided on how it should be. No, I'm not. I'm not. I think I found the optimal solution for this. It's -8 or 8. And then this just looks, yeah, like you have a pretty good hit effect there. I think the size is still a little bit too big though. Like now, it's just awesome. Like, bam! You really see that this is smashing. That's a good effect. Whoopsie. Let's save this scene so this doesn't get lost. It's really a piece of art. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Let's get the muzzle flash over here. With this one, pretty much want to create the parent. Blood magic, muzzle flash. And inside of there will be 2 of them. Pointing in each direction, 3 of them. So the first one is the bigger one. We have any scripts inside of here? No, there's no scripts. It's nice. But I want to stretch this a little bit. Okay. This is supposed to be here. And then I just take this. Oh, it has to be to be on the 0, 0 position though. And then I'll just rotate these around. So let's see. That looks nice. I think I need more though. I need to have a different angle. Let's go for 20 and 20 and 40. Yeah, and that's much stronger. That really feels like it has impact. And you can really feel like, ooh. Okay, that is, it has to go really like BAM! Kill that guy. That magic. Let's just not rename that. Let's just deal with that. We just copied another effect and made it look good in a completely different environment. See what this thing. Oh, this thing is actually attack. Okay, let's add the beam. And there's a range I want to give this a solid 6. It's not going to be a miss effect. If this misses, it's just not going to display anything. We shoot it in the air. Yeah, you shoot it in the air. That's it. So I have to practice sitting probably. Always a little bit hard for someone who spends all this time on the seat, to be honest. Also, the rest of them I like. Let's just get a little bit of lightning on my face. Hon hon hon. Okay, so we have a lot of things going on here. This is the main effect. And we soon have to go into scripting. And we have the beam, hit effect, and the muzzle flash. So let's edit the script here. Say we want to have the beam. We can simplify this. Accentuate the beam effect. Still have to edit the length of the beam. We are not going to do that now. Just want to make this thing work for now. We don't have a miss effect. Good. Do we have an endpoint? Yes, we have. Okay. Let's go in here and make a folder. Call it folder beam. Go and make another folder. Oh, that way. Why? Because there were like 5 way effect things, and I'm not too happy to look them up ever again. Here they are. And these are the way effects. They are going inside of them. And there's the beam things. They are going inside of there. And then there's the blood magic beam. They are going inside of here. And then we can just delete those. Let's lock this. And let's see, what are you? That's the beam. That's the muzzle flash. And as the invulnerable effect. Good. So, when it does damage, I want the damage type to be different. Unfortunately, the damage type is not an enum. Jokes on me. Oh, actually, I can plug in something. Explosion. I think it's an explosion. Yep. This will immediately kill enemies if they get enough damage. Okay. And then let's just let this do 100 damage. Good. What else is missing? Muzzle flash, yeah. So it's a little bit hard to keep track of all the things that we are doing. And there's muzzle flash? No. Muzzle flash? Yes. So it's plugged in. We plugged it in. Good. Oh dear. So now we have to just wire it up. I'm really starting to get a little bit dizzy because, yeah, keeping track of all this shit is not easy. Especially because I didn't program it very well. Make it a little bit easier. So this was skill choice 2, I think. Okay, spawn the beam. Okay, the I still suck at the game though. Come on, it's not that hard. Okay, now let's see what happens. I don't know, because it's bugged, it's a little bit weird. Okay, I have to actually go and program that beam. That beam has to actually that beam really has to match the actual game. So I'm still not sure. Oh wait, this is the master flash. So you're going to that direction. So I could just say, hey, the beam default goes to the roof, the top thing, then should have the right direction when we spawn it. Let's just try that out. Let's just make sure that it points to the top. Let's just rotate these. Okay, that worked. And now that actually don't match. It's just the freeform light. That's fixed easily. Now let's see if it is now pointing at least at the right direction. That would be nice. It's pointing in the wrong direction. Okay. Let's try to rotate it minus 90 now. And you, sir, you always have the wrong position for some reason. I don't like that. Now I could code it, calculate it and rotate it, but I just hate quaternions. Just try to avoid them as much as possible. They turn out to waste a lot of time every time I work with them. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now we have to make sure that we destroy it. We have to make sure that the beam effect. Private. Set. What this is set. Muzzle rotation. So weird. Private. Void. Set beam effect. And what I need is the endpoint. So vector 3. Then I actually need the game object. And just plug it in here. Not really. Oh. So this parameter is never used. Oh, typo. Okay. So for the beam effect, I have to go inside of here and look. What is the beam looking like? Probably the first thing to just set the endpoint correctly. So first load distance going to be vector 2 the distance transform the position endpoint. So and then we want to, you know, normally the range of the beam is 10. Beam.local scale. Transform local scale. Going to be a new vector 3. What we want to scale here, I'm not sure, is it the Y? I think that we want to scale the Y. Yeah, the Y is going to make this longer or shorter, so we want to have the distance in here. And this, let's say the distance is 10, we still have to divide by 10. Okay. And then we have to do the same thing with the beam particle system. I think we have to do it with its X value because we rotated it. Yeah. So how do we do that? Yeah, we have to edit its X value. So transform dot find the partile system, also called particle system, and we do this with the X value. So this should at least set it to the right distance. We have to look at the layers this can hit. So we can also hit the ground. Okay, that's good. Sorry. And we have to fade out the beam. So can we fade this out? I think we can. So let's say I want to have the line renderer, beam line renderer as a reference, just to access it faster. And when I instantiate the beam, I want to get the component line renderer. Okay. And in the update function, just say, let's make a check, just to be sure we're safe than sorry. Color gradient. Can we? Let's no. At the start and color. Set the start and end color, and we have to calculate that one. Oh. That's going to be 1, 1, 1, and then the alpha value is also going to be 1 minus this stuff. Not sure if this works. Let's just try it out. I'm too lazy to actually calculate it. And this should fade out the line window. It will not deactivate the light. Will also not kill itself, but it's a good start. Let's go. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. Didn't fade it out. Also, the hit effect is pretty mid. Yeah, that sucks. So this didn't work. A little bit weird that it seems like this didn't do anything. Hmm. And so when I did hit the ground, the correct effect was not displayed. Weird. And there's something about the explosion that I wanted to fix. But whatever. It doesn't seem to be in here. Weird. Okay, let's plug this in here, but I should want to display the hit effect if you hit the ground. And then ground hit effect. Actually, plug it in here. That's the... What the hell? Oh, this is named wave hit effect. Be the beam hit effect. So so there remains the problem that this beam is yet... Oh, that's not the beam. This beam is not yet changing the color of the line renderer. Maybe it is, but we're just changing the start and end color. How do I make a gradient? This will be the last task for the team. How do I do that? It's complicated. Oh damn. To go through all of the positions, and they are also hard-coded. That's... what a shame. It's just debug log first to see if we are actually going into this bracket. Now I want to display the color here with the correct time, so it should go down over time. Then if that is correct, we are going to edit the gradient, which I'm not too happy about, because setting the gradient is a little bit it's not hard, but it's a little bit of work. Now we see the correct effect. So if we detect the ground, good. Just the beam, just the beam. The beam length is alright. Beam length, correct. Just that this attack feels like it should come out immediately. Just make it a little bit faster to come out. It's a fifth. It's fair enough. Could also make it come out even faster. So it does get the right color. Yikes. Yikes, because then it means I really have to edit the color gradient. So let's maybe make a void method here. Edit gradient. What we want to do is we want to edit color key number 1. Great, now we have to can I just plug in the color, please? I don't need this method. Let's just try it out. Maybe it works. It would be nice. And then we would actually see the main beam effect to fade out. But we still have to do the same with the lightning, and then to destroy all the effects, to clean up. But after that, we pretty much can go into the fine tuning. And it doesn't work. God damn it. Why though? Why? So. Oh, index out of bounds. So it is color keys. Maybe it also has alpha keys. Yeah, it has that. Okay. Just try out some stuff until we get there. We will eventually get there. Oh, come on, it doesn't work. Why though? I think this is color key number 1. This is number 2. That we can edit them. But it looks like I maybe was mistaken. It's great. I have to subtract 1 minus. Then it should work. Now I don't think I need that color anymore, but let's just keep it in here for a while. And it doesn't work. Also, the sound effect is as yet. Okay, so looks like the alpha value is quite nice, but what the fuck is that? Something is not right here. It does get the line renderer. Let's look into the example. maybe twice set keys. So this should end with the first and last alpha. And then we have 2 more. I really don't. This is why I said I don't want to do this with code. God damn it. Because it's always annoying. Oh, it worked. Works. We got it. We only have to edit the liked now, and we're done. Edit the liked, clean up, and we're done. So. Let's also introduce the beam light. And it's pretty similar to what we already do. Oh, sorry. So we also want to make sure that on this toy we destroy only game object that we spawned. Which is the beam effect and the muzzle. We should also clean up all the effects that we have spawned in. After that, we pretty much have to do the sounds and work a little bit with the look and feel. And also we have to implement the knockback. It should be... say blood magic pushback. Oh no, I just... Well, I don't want to edit it now. Let's just see what I have as pushback right now. Blood magic pushback. Okay, that's the number. I think this is just too high. I often die because of this. Okay, just say blood magic pushback. Okay, click inside of here. And I want to tune that down to 250. So it's still there, but it's not that noticeable. This is 80 and should be applied actually. Okay, now let's see that we add that pushback. That will be the last thing. A little small method. Add blood magic pushback. And it's going to be called here. And now it's also going to be called. Where's the beam? Here. This needs a vector 2 direction. If I'm not mistaken. And it has to be plugged in here. Ah, that doesn't work out. That doesn't work out. Oh, come on, where did we plug in the direction? There it is. It's in an if clause. That's bad. Oh, I really don't know how the direction gets inside of this. Ah, there it is. And it gets plugged in. Now we should have a pushback. It's not, it shouldn't be too strong, but it's definitely there. Let's see if we are now complete with the coding. It should at least be very close to. That was something weird. It looked nice, but there was a null reference. Okay. So this is pointing to the asset. Didn't think so. Okay, let's leave out this line of code and see what happens. Let's just see if instead of the hierarchy, there's maybe leftovers of the effects. We need to destroy those then. Okay. The let's see. Okay, the beam is still in there. It tells me that this line of code here would destroy assets. So I think we just shouldn't call this on destroy. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not sure. Let's just see what happens if we plug this in into just an order. Let's see if there's a null exception. Yeah, there is. Okay, it still says the muzzle flash. Weird. But the muzzle flash wasn't even in the hierarchy. So what the hell? So, see, there's still a null exception. What? So the beam is not destroyed. I'm not sure what line of code triggered this. But I guess yes. Ah. Oh, thank you. The Owlies is now following. Thank you for following. So I know what my problem is. Hello. The Olius. Thank you for joining. I don't have a lot of visitors, but when I do, I certainly notice. Well, it could also be because I use a lot of a chat box to read my messages. Because normally after 3 or 4 hours, if the chat is not doing anything, I just forget about this chat. But thank you for joining in. How's your evening going?
Sonar cow.
Thanks. I also appreciate a lot that you're here. So are you just browsing some random streams, or are you looking especially into programming right now?
What is your game about?
Actually,
Brody.
so the game is you're playing as a vampire, and you have to find out who has bitten you and made you into a vampire, and then you pretty much just try to get to that person. In the end, the gameplay is pretty much you fight your way through a lot of people, and get to this vampire lord at the end, and then you have a big boss fight, and then you can make your decisions how you want to progress into the late game. You can basically just say, hey, I don't want to fight, I want to be a servant. You can become also a new Nosferatu, or yeah, you can also become a human, but then you have to be peaceful, and yeah, that actually isn't that interesting. But if you want to replay the game a lot, you can also become a human again if you don't fight. But actually, the main game is about fighting enemies and having a lot of very gory effects in there. Not going to lie. I can show you the gameplay. I'm refining I'm refining.
By just yourself, I assume.
Yes. I'm showing you the game right now. So I'm working on a new attack. Hopefully the last attack. So if you bite an enemy, my attack is now enhanced. And that was my enhanced attack, and I'm just looking if it's destroying itself properly. And it seems like it does. Good. And that's all I need for today. See? And normally the attack is like this. Huh? Oh, it seems like it's the default attack right now. Yeah, that's a bug. But for today, my goal was just to make this attack.
Heat is like heat is peeing.
Yeah, something is buggy right now. Like he's pink? What the? Oh, you mean because of the hands? Yeah. So I had to make the hands fit the direction he's pointing to. But yeah. Actually, that's a. Like now I can look at the effect a little bit. Fortunately, the hit effect gets displayed every time. It's not supposed to be displayed every time. Only if you hit the ground. It's not good. So, the two things. So the sound that you just heard, that's going to be the topic for the next stream, I guess. Because today I'm just trying to make the whole system work. And then I will go to just some fine-tuning. But I think the overall perception of the new effect is just fine. So what was I at? Ah, yes. Just save that up. Bool then.
Are you using Unity with Java, bro? I have never used Unity. I consider starting. I know Java but not Unity. Is it tough, D?
Unity? Unity is pretty easy until it gets tough. It has a steep learning curve and gets harder by the day. So at the beginning you might think, yeah, things are really easy because you just can make things move very quickly. You can make a character very quickly, menus very quickly, and get a grasp of all the system that you need to work with, and then you pretty much go into a wall because by learning all the things that you need, you learn how to do everything quickly, but you don't learn how to manage all the things all together. And this is the first wall that you will encounter if you learn with Unity. The second thing is, if you have custom functions, and I have some here, they really are top level stuff, because yeah, they are really hard to debug, and it takes a lot of time and expertise to make editor functions in Unity. I use them for drawing custom assets with a parallax effect, but yeah, I don't know. They just took a lot more time because debugging the editor is very hard. So that's weird. Okay, now if I take the ground, the air, it's not displaying an effect. It doesn't detect ground hits though. Also, I don't get pushback. I get a little bit of the pushback, but it's not noticeable. Let's increase the pushback to 300. Also, I was not supposed to be able to spam that attack. Because there's one condition inside here. Okay, now I shouldn't be able to spam that attack. Now let's look into why we didn't score ground hit. Oh, because I never set that variable to true. It's easy, so yeah. Now that should be it for today. Just heard my cat somewhere. I think she's sneaking up. Okay, now I can hit the ground. Okay, multiple shots work again. Just needs a way cooler sound.
I am an image processing guy, but maybe I can head to that site. Who knows, this game is getting more and more exciting.
Yes. So actually this is
Game
just
development site.
so to that side. Who knows this game? I don't understand what you are trying to say. Sorry. Hey, to the side who knows, this game is getting more and more exciting. Maybe I can head to that game development side. Oh, I now understand. Okay, I'm also an image processing guy, and coding is just pain. Especially at the start, you have to go through a lot of pain. If you're image processing. Now, I'm also
Development.
yeah. No, I understand now. So at the start, coding is just really hard. And how do I myself get how did I get myself to make progress in game development and coding, especially because coding is very mathematical. It's hardcore logic. It's and you have to really train your skill in coding constantly. You cannot stop coding. You will eventually fall behind and degenerate with your coding skills. So how do you deal with that? What kept me going in coding is really that easy part, of the easy first part, where you just want to move a character back and forth, and you learn how to do that, and it's just fun to see your character move, and that's what kept me going. Then you want to make a move, you want to make your first attack, you want to make the jump, you make a def function, and you see what you're actually coding, and that keeps you going. Like, code a little bit, see what it does, code a little bit, see what it does, and that's pretty nice. And there's also the thing that a lot of people start coding because they don't want to know what they want to code at the beginning. They want to do something, yeah. And that's what actually is coding about. It's not about the code. The code is just the byproduct of that. You want to do something, and that's why I got into coding. But normally, it's just like with math. Math is cool and stuff to maybe flex that you're intelligent, but come on, let's be real. We don't want to do math just to flex how intelligent we are. We want to use math to solve problems, and that's the same with coding. So okay, one last thing I wanted to change is I think that pushback sucks. Don't know why though. Let's maybe start a code here.
Yeah bro, maybe I should not start and better leave it to you game dev guys D.
Maybe. It depends completely on how much time you have, what you want to do. You know, even I say, hey, I can do sound, I can do drawings, but when it comes to music, holy shit, no. That's way too much time.
Exactly.
So yeah, and in the end, if you really want to get good with the game and also release in a reasonable time, get a team, get nice people, and it's hard, but they are out there. Maybe what can help you is really the state. It looks a little bit weird, but a lot of states, for example, where I live, the state is trying to push game development studios, and they have special a special organization just to match people, and then they try to make their games. And they are all rookies and get into the team and then try their best to get into the real economy. And the state is actually pushing them and also giving some money into these people, spending to just push game development. Another thing would be to maybe find groups. You can also do it online, or yeah, code remotely. Okay, now I'm getting pushed back a little bit. It's not much. But it's still controllable. Give it a little bit more. Go up to 400. Okay, now it just needs a sound where if you shoot it, it really makes a sound and you really feel like this attack is pushing you back. So thank you for watching. thank you for tuning in. But it's late for me now. In Germany, it's... Thank you. Yeah, it's 10 minutes before 12 p.m. in Germany, and that means I have to go. I really have to go to sleep, and thank you for tuning in. Next time I'm going to do these sounds and make them really beefy, like it's a really hard beam. Hopefully I will sound very powerful, because this is supposed to be a more powerful attack. And I wish you all the best. Have a nice day, and see you next time. Goodbye.